All right, I'd like to call this meeting in order. If you all please rise and say the pledge, ladies. Roy, you do this?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, on the consent agenda, approved minutes for April 28th, April 29th, and May 5th. Approved payroll, approved vouchers, approve and sign monthly earning and collection statements for the clerk of district court, sheriff, approve and sign the NWC lease renewal, approve and sign Veritas lease renewal, approve and allow chair to sign the NWRW petition for inclusion, approve the catering permit for K-Bar Saloon, approve the Cody Partners space use request, Cody Library Book Club, Bright Futures Mentoring, and the Cody Library Chess Club. Anything to the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
And
So
then,
moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion?
yes,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, since it's the first time we're kind of seeing this, we have had some discussions recently about leases on county properties and subleases and use of space. We had the discussion with Cody Partners, with their combination with the library. Their lease does not allow subleasing or use of the space other than by Cody Partners without written permission by the county commissioners according to the lease document. So after discussion with Cody Partners, they've agreed that they are going to put this form together that they've provided us today for at least those three uses, and hopefully get our approval for that. The only advice that we've received is to not have any of those operations go beyond the normal operating hours of the library, so that that space would not be being used after 7 at night when access to the library could be a little bit iffy. So we want to move forward with doing some of these, but that's why these are new on our agenda.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add also, it's not really subleasing because the Partners Cafe does not receive any compensation for allowing them to use the dining area for their chess clubs and their different things. So.
Well, and I think some of the discussion we had too, Mr. Overfield and I just talked about is having after hours, the amount of people, the traffic, want to knock that off, not have that after hours traffic. No.
And Mr. Chairman, one other update, that is absolutely no extra use of the kitchen. The only use of the commercial kitchen is by Partners.
Right, okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I do have one other thing, and I apologize. I probably should have sent an email yesterday, but on both of the leases, for Veritas and NWC, on the first page, the bottom, number 2, it says security deposit and guarantors, lesser waves deposit. The following individuals and entities are guarantors of the leasee's obligations under this lease, and then nobody's listed. And so, I don't know if that should be the lessor waives the deposit. I don't know if it should be left intentionally blank, but there's just nothing there on either one of them.
Where was that at?
It's page 1, but at the bottom,
I'm sorry, what,
it's in both of the leases. So if I'm looking at Veritas right now, if we go to the first one in the packet, which is NWC, it's on the top of page 2. So I guess my question is, do we need to have these both? Are they needing renewed today? Are they? Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Under security deposit guarantees. Okay. Yep. So in that case, Mr. Chair, can we just pull, I guess I would motion to pull these two from the consent and put them back on as action items after the 3 p.m. I would amend your motion, I guess. To pull them, just so we have an answer, because if there's nothing in there that says the following individuals and entities are guarantors of leasees obligations. I think we can't just leave it blank.
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with amending the motion to pull those two, if the second is okay with that.
I am okay with that. Second.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pull NWCC and
Veritas,
Veritas.
and follow up to put them on the agenda
Yep, we'll
after
put
the
them on
3
agenda
p.m.
After we're at the end. After,
After 3.
yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and pull those two. Any further discussions? Then move to second to pull those two, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. And one note, just because I heard the clerk mention it earlier, if we could all try to talk into the mic a little better. Okay, we have the develop standards and regulation update. Dossie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, the planning and zoning and the tag and the commissioners have all completed their meetings and reviews for the initial draft. It is in the hands of the consultant right now to formalize, put some of the comments and things in there. They will be putting out what we're calling a soft draft of a lot of the chapters and then the maps and uses table. That should all be available on the engageparkcounty.com after July 1. Or June 1, sorry, June 1. And then we will have our public meetings again for anyone that did not receive the postcards in the mail that live outside of the municipalities. The meetings are June 9, 10, and 11. And if you need to know your particular planning area, please go to the Engage Park County website, or you can call the planning and zoning office and they can fill you in. So that's where we are right now.
Any other discussion about DSR? Okay, we have open up the public comments. If there's anybody who wants to comment on agenda or non-agenda items. Any public comment? No public comment, Zach? Public comment? All right, well, it's not a public hearing, so next with Jackie Fails with Park County Court Supervised Treatment Program, special funding request.
Morning.
And if you would, state your name for the record and talk into the mic.
Yes, my name is Jacqueline Fales. I am the director of the Park County Court Supervised Treatment Program. I'm here, okay, I have Shannon helped me out with what I'm supposed to say since it's my first year by myself. Park County Treatment Court is an alternative sentencing program. We have participants through the court system, through probation and parole. This fiscal year so far, we have serviced 43 participants. Yeah, which I think is one of our biggest years so far since we started in 2001. The county has historically supported our program since we started, and we get most of our funding through the state, through the Wyoming Judicial Branch. Usually they fund us for 17 spots. This year they increased it to 20. So that's nice. That's the first time they've done that in a while. They do require that we have a 25% match from the community, and the county has always given us our housing, which we're so grateful for. And then The request, I did the same request as last year, which was the $9,000, which is mostly used to go toward our case management and supervision for our participants. I think, anything else that you need me?
Mr. Chairman, Jackie, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank
Um,
you.
Will you be approaching the opioid funding scenario again, which is, if the commissioners remember, we did receive funding back from a court settlement that must be used in drug treatment type of things. And so Jackie and staff have come in and they've been provided with some funds from those funds also to help with that 25% match.
Yes,
So-
this fiscal year and last fiscal year, we requested 7. The way the judicial branch funds us is per spot, so it's like $9,000 per person per year. So we requested from the opioid funds 7 additional spots. Yes, I have not yet requested that funding because we put out an RFP for our treatment provider, so we'll have a new treatment provider starting July 1st. And I just wanted to speak with them about, the numbers that they're okay with doing. I was waiting
Okay.
for that. I think by the end of this week, we'll have hired a new treatment provider.
It's a great program.
Yeah.
Thank
Any
you.
more questions? No? Okay, well, we're gonna be going through all these special funding requests and as we get closer to budget and,
Okay.
and certainly we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
All right, have a
Appreciate
nice
it.
day.
Everybody needs a break.
You can take one.
I wonder if that's still happening.
Oh, yeah. They're using complex.
Well, these guys are supposed to be, but are they?
Oh.
Yeah, it's. Okay. Okay.
All right, next on the agenda, we have Brian Edwards, County Engineer. To review and consider award to the contract, the Lane 5 culvert replacement.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As you know, we've got a project out on Lane 5 where we've got a
Right,
failure.
Brian, if you would
Oh.
speak into the mic, we're having a hard time with our
Oh,
recorder. That'd be
right.
great.
As you know, we've got an issue, a project out on Lane 5 where we've got a culvert that is failing, that needs to be replaced. We advertised for bids in the local papers and then in a couple plan rooms and then on Quest CDN, a national site too. We ended up getting 3 bids in response to our request for bids. We opened those at the last commissioner meeting. After tabulating, compiling and reviewing the bids and all the bid requirements, making sure that everything checked out. The apparent low bidder is CK Civil here out of Cody for $196,940. I will say when you're looking at the bid summary tab, I don't know if this made sense, but anything you see in red was things that I had to correct that were math errors. It was kind of a long story, but sometimes their total wouldn't match up with their unit price, like the one from Uric Precision. You can see what they did on every one of the unit price numbers. They put the total all the way down in their unit price instead of putting the unit prices in there. And you could tell that's what they did. But anyway, so if we could tell that was the mistake made, we went ahead and corrected it. And you can see first the case of CK Civil, what they did is they put $75 a cubic yard, and you can see compared to the others that was meant to be $750. They dropped a zero, and you could tell by just looking at their deductive alternate, they would have given back more than they would have made on a deductive alternate. So that was clearly what they did there. Anyway, all the other bid requirements they met as far as like bid bond, all the appropriate documentation. CK Civil is a Park County contractor and has Wyoming state preference, which really doesn't come into play with the price difference. But in looking at everything and with the deductive alternate options for the project, we feel like at this point, the best situation, if the commissioners choose to award this contract, would be to award to the low bidder CK Civil for $196,940.0.
Mr.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Brian, I'm looking down at the bottom and they have not provided a schedule. Was there a schedule written into the contract, a completion date or anything like that?
Mr. Chair, there's some things built into the bid contract documents that have liquidated damages and a schedule that's built in that they would have to comply with.
Okay,
The reason I didn't gig anybody on those two things, it was the insurance certificate and the schedule, is that was my mistake. I didn't require that as part of the bid submittal. So there were a few that didn't have that. So I didn't consider that to be anything major, but I think with the way the bid contract documents are written, they'd have to do the project. I think it was 60 days.
okay, that's just what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
I just see, one of them did provide it.
Yeah,
and
one of them did.
A
Yeah.
couple others didn't, but I didn't realize, I haven't seen the bid, so I just was concerned that it wasn't open-ended, and if there's a completion date that we're covered, good.
Yeah, that is written into the documents and would be part of their agreement that
Right.
they would have a certain amount of time to finish or there would be damages.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Just a question on timing, looking at the money that we're looking at and knowing where we are calendar wise on a budget situation. Are these bids good for a period of time, Brian, or what? I guess I'm hedging whether we answer this today or not, not knowing fully where we're at with the budget, but if we have to, we have to. I just don't know.
That's a really good question. Their bid and their bid bond, I'm trying to remember, guarantees it for 60 days. There's 60 days. I don't have that with me. I could double check, but on their bid bond, it kind of guarantees and holds the bid for a certain amount of time. So I remember looking and thinking of it before that if we had to wait and award this after the new budget, we could do that. And that's part of us coming in at this point. By the time we get under contract, and I can talk with Sterling and make sure that's good with him, but I don't think that would be an issue.
Mr. Chair, Brian, is there an estimated start date then?
The estimated start date, I want to say was, it was after the 1st of July. So July,
Okay.
for assuming that we take the next month, getting under contract, get the budget approved. So yeah, it was July, and then I think it was 60 days to complete the work.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I just want to point out lane 5 is a major artery in the flat north side of Powell over there. And I know we've had issues with this culvert. It didn't just pop up. I mean, it's been failing to some extent. And I mean, if we lose that road, it could be a major problem for quite a while. So I don't think we can, I know budget is very important, but we need to have that road open. If it was just a maintenance thing, a bump that we needed to fix, I could understand, but if that culvert washes, we lose that road and it's gonna be a major thing. So I'm looking at it as, yes, we need to kind of pencil it into next year's budget, and I think we will. But even if we don't, we do have reserves built for these things, catastrophic failures. And this is one that we can maybe save some money before it is catastrophic. So I think we definitely need to consider awarding. I'm open for discussion. I mean, we went to a lot of work here, going out to the private sector to help in doing this. But looking at our engineer's estimate, they're right where they need to be, or maybe even a little. Now, can we actually do it for less money? Possibly, because as some people like to consider, we're paying our guys and our equipment anyway, but I don't like to look at it that way. And as it was mentioned earlier, as contractors employ people, they spend money, comes around, comes back. So I'm just open for discussion, but I think it's very favorable bids here.
Mr. Chair, can I add one comment to that? With just for general information, obviously we got our busiest. This is where we spend the most money in our spring maintenance. We're doing patching and things like that. But projecting and looking ahead, there's a good chance we can absorb this amount in our existing budget. So the amount we were going to give back at the end of this budget was going to be substantial. I just want you to know that good chance we could cover it in our existing budget.
Good to know.
Mr. Chair, this has been a project that I've been asking about for quite some time. And it was, I think it was supposed to start last September, and that was put off, and then it was put off again. So this is something that needs to be done. We keep putting it off. And I think that if we can pull the trigger on this, I see it was a competitive bid, and I agree with Commissioner Gill that this is a roadway that we're going to hear people bitching when it's closed while they're doing the construction, but we don't want it to fail. Correct. And we're getting into June and July, not the rainy months in Powell. So I think it would be a good time to get this done. So.
Mr. Chair,
Mm.
I just would echo what Commissioner Mangold and Commissioner Teal have said. I think it is important that with this contractor, that he does employ locally, it will kind of filter its way back into our economy as well. So and I do think it's important that we get the work done, as Commissioner Mangold has referenced that it's been delayed. So I think with this starting timeline, and then it's a 60 days to completion. Is that right, Brian?
Yes.
So that's where I feel like this is the right decision to go forward as well.
And question, Brian, is that in order to do this, is it going to close that road? How is it going to close the road?
It will close the road. We thought 2 weeks that it would be 2 to 3 weeks, might be a little bit more, but I think I could get a better schedule from CK Civil on it. But yeah, we're talking no more than a month, 2 to 3 weeks probably.
It would be a lot faster than if it failed and we had to close it and then
Exactly.
mobilize and do all this work and
Yeah, exactly. Like in the middle of chip seal season or when we're in the middle of something else, it'd be bad. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, with that, I move that we approve the contract for CK Civil in the amount of 196,940.
Second.
Been moved and second to award the bid to CK Civil for the amount of 196,940. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for the hard work.
Appreciate it.
Do you hear me, Colleen? Colleen, is it working? One. That's good.
And then we start talking like this.
Oh, the chairs don't go forward enough to reach this.
No, they're.
Ours
in
are
the desk.
stuck and then our chairs hit this.
Okay, so coming up, we have an executive session confidential by law pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 16-4-405A2.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we go into executive session.
Second.
Then moved to second to go into executive session. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carried. We'll go into executive session. All right, we'll be back in regular session. Kendall, how do you pronounce your last name? Berg, okay. Kendall Berg with President Shooting Conflict. Go ahead and come forward.
Front and center.
We're gonna put you on the hot seat. If you would just sit down and just state your name for the record and keep the mic, just talk.
Okay.
You're here to just basically introduce yourself and
Yep. So I'm Kendall Berg, current president of the Cody Shooting Complex here. Just kind of wanted to put a face to the name and at least you guys know if you got anything, you can reach out to me and
Cool.
I'm sure I'll have some questions for you guys down the road trying to navigate all this stuff. So,
how long you been out there?
I have been out there. I've been on the board for just a little over a year.
Okay.
So, and then Wes had to step down due to family medical stuff. And so I filled in. And then they said, this is a great guy. Let's put him in position. So here I am.
You're the man now.
Yep. So,
Dossie, yeah.
I want to say thank you for the sponsorship stuff that you guys do,
no, yes,
you know, and hosting
Yeah,
big shoots,
yep.
you know, fundraisers for the community. And no, I think it's a great program.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of stuff we like to do and just build on and all that. And it's gonna take some work and probably a little bit of work on the range. I know we'd like to do some upgrades to some stuff out there and just give it a little facelift. It looks a little dated,
So
so.
Dossie.
I guess that was the other half of my question in working with the older past managers, getting an updated plan, and specifics, just so that we know that it's meeting the requirements necessary for the county since we own the property
Yep,
actually in the long run.
Yeah,
But I know that Joy and them were looking for some kind of a plot map eventually
Yep.
of what you guys are planning.
yeah, I think that's in the works down there. So I know right now our biggest hurdle is our gate system failed. So I have a new one on order and it's been a challenge navigating that. So especially when you're doing it all on your own. So
Look,
Yeah, Kendall, thanks for coming in. As you know, there's been communication difficulties over the last few years. But one request I have, moving forward, is there any discussion within your complex, committee group, whatever, for catering a little more to governmental law enforcement? Training sessions, and I'm speaking directly of most recently the huge influx of BLM law enforcement that came to Powell or came to Cody and I understand there was some difficulties. I don't know what the details were, but of using the shooting complex out there. I know it's county land. You guys lease it basically as your way, and it was actually before my time, but my understanding was that the complex was to be used in conjunction with host of local use, number one, and then government use as well, like law enforcement agencies to use it without, burdening their budget too much.
right, yeah, and I know BLM had something going on and I'm not sure what happened in there and I'm looking into it to figure out what and why. But yeah, I mean, it's a public range. If anybody wants to come use it, they can.
Yeah, but sometimes it's the,
Yeah, I know one of our hurdles is with our insurance. They've got their protocols they want us to follow, which it's not too difficult to navigate and sometimes it can make it a little bit tough, but usually, I mean, we'll help them out with whatever they need. So,
well, if it's possible to maybe start some discussion on law enforcement, especially,
yep,
getting some kind of a benefit use out of it.
right, yep.
and one of the things, the original agreement, I mean, I remember this very well, but the original agreement was Tuesdays and Saturdays was open free to the public.
Yep, and we have currently it's we have it Wednesdays, Saturdays and
Oh.
Sundays. Is kind of where we're at. I know, and I have a meeting with our insurance on it because it falls into that whole safety liability
Sure.
thing. And that's kind of been a tricky navigation with them because they want one thing, but yet we have to have another thing. So it's kind of a working,
Yeah.
trying to figure out a good medium that
Sure.
works for everybody. So, but yeah, I'm learning a lot.
Well, we appreciate you stepping up
Yeah.
for that. I know, Hanson situation, and so
Yep,
it was, he just had to step down.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of a just, here you go, good luck. So.
I did the same thing to my brother.
I guess one thing I do have a question about, I know we've got that cattle gate across there. And I know it is cracked and falling apart. Is that something, talk with the county on and see if they have a spare?
I'm sure I would,
Concrete
I would say
insert?
talk to Brian Edwards and just,
Okay, is that something like if they're willing to help
well,
us?
certainly if you talk to Brian and he has something, he'll come to us and then we'll just look at approving or
Okay,
doing something like that, but,
I know that's an every month meeting is the cattle guard and it's like they want to rip it out and fill it in with dirt and I've said no.
Yeah.
There is a grazing lease still, so we gotta have something there.
right.
But it is got some fractures in the concrete and I don't know if they precast those and put them in or I don't know how that works, so.
Well, there's times they'll replace some on a county road. And they may not be fit for a county road where the mileage is 50 miles, 60 miles an hour, but it might be fitting for your situation.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we have a.
Brian would be the guy to talk to and see if he's got anything or
Okay.
something, and then he will certainly come to us if he has something. And,
Okay,
but I mean, there's just some of them that are just not fit for high speeds down the road and they take them out.
right. Okay, I'll look into that on
Yeah.
my list of things to do.
And did they just lift the one at the landfill or did they replace it?
They just raised it.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay,
Mr., is this the one right at the gate
Yeah,
where the
right at
card
the
thing
gate,
is?
yeah,
That's very low speed.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
if they
we'll
have-
have them, somebody will, from Road and Bridge will come out and inspect and look at it.
okay, appreciate
It
it.
is our land.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, if they would, I'd be appreciative of that, so.
Anything else? You got anything for us?
Kendall, do you have, I suppose most of your meetings deal with finance usually with the board?
Yeah, generally we cover finance. We have a new treasurer and we're cleaning that up. That was a mess. But yeah, generally it's, typical business meeting, we go over the finance budgets. Any events coming up, any news that, is pertaining to the range or anything going on locally. Usually we discuss, cover, what do we want to do? How do we want to handle it? So.
A lot of the public still is, has some questions. Have you thought about your speaking tour coming up? Maybe over to Powell and talk to some, you haven't been working on that yet.
No,
Well,
not yet.
that'll be something you can put on your calendar. then.
Yep.
Oh,
So.
Come on the radio with you.
yeah, I'm on the radio.
Anything else? Got anything else for us?
I don't think so.
We certainly appreciate you coming in and.
Yeah,
and
thank
meeting
you.
and Putting a name to the face.
Sounds good. Yeah, if I got any questions, I'll kick them your guys' way and.
Yeah.
Wait. to
And
hear
go,
back.
like I say, go catch Brian Edwards and talk to him about that cattle garden, and
Okay,
certainly if he has something or has any knowledge, or at least can keep you on a list or.
You know where his office is?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
Cool.
Well, thank you,
Sounds
sir.
All right, well, thank you guys.
That.
I can.
Oh, okay. Alfred Milburn. With the Powell Animal Shelter, special funding request.
I can pass them down, right?
Oh, thank you. I got it.
If you wouldn't mind, just take a seat. And then pull the mic up to your mouth and talk into it and state your name for the record, please.
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh. Can you?
I have hearing aids and I still didn't hear you.
Yeah, if you could just pull the mic up and speak into the mic and state your name.
Fine. Now, what did you ask me?
What's that?
Did you say anything? Did you ask me anything?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. I've
Oh,
got
okay, fine.
my head plugged up so
You
bad
don't
right
hear
now.
My hearing aids,
Well, it's not sinuses. I can't hear.
just had to buy new ones. Oh, $6,000. Oh, whatever. Anyway, I'm here, I'm representing Powell Animal Shelter. Once a year, I come here and bake, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, I've been doing it for 28 years and it's been working and I stopped it's a no kill, and of course. That's the biggest reason I think I started this. Anyway. If you can help me a little bit, that would be very much appreciated. That's all I can say.
Appreciated the social media lately. Of course, I'm a
Yeah.
cat person, but watching your videos makes me want to adopt all of them, and that's not
Do
gonna
you?
work.
Okay, I
but,
got 6 of them right now.
No.
3 of them are Malamutes.
Oh, geez.
Oh, big dogs.
Yeah.
They eat
big
a lot.
dogs. Yeah. No, I appreciate your social media presence. I think that helps the public know what
I
it
think it
takes.
does too.
Yeah.
And it needs to,
Scott?
as long as we can.
Alfredo, when, I know in Lovell, when the police pick up a dog and bring it to the Lovell shelter, there's a charge to the dog owner. Has that ever been discussed in Powell? For
We charge,
how much do you charge?
we just upped it. From $5 the first day and then $1 after that. So now it's $5 and $10.
I think they charge a little more in Lovell. I think it's like a $25 fee.
Oh, really?
So, as much as I see doing the police reports, that could be a big income that would come in. So maybe talk to the mayor or the new mayor who will be come out. I don't know who it will be, but, you've talked to mayors before. Maybe
I
you,
used to be married.
I know.
Okay, just thought I mentioned you. I think that's what got me started.
As far as that could be an income and maybe even a deterrent for some people or to,
Always afraid that some people can't afford it and then they let it go.
if they own a dog.
Yeah, but if they, if it's a, I don't know,
If they can't afford it, maybe they would make sure that dog isn't running in public.
I know, but I've also just given them back because what do you do? Do I want to keep it?
No. But I'm thinking it might be a discussion with the mayor and the police, the chief, to maybe raise that rate possibly with the funds going to the animal shelter.
The funds do go to the animal shelter.
Yes, I know,
It
but,
used to-
but it's only
used to be-
$5.
Oh, I know, yeah.
So that
You
might,
could pick up the dogs faster,
yeah, but I think that could be a better income source than the $5. If it maybe was raised to what some other communities are doing. Oh,
Okay, I'll check into it.
yeah, just a thought.
Absolutely. Whatever we can do, but
Hmm.
people have been good in the community. Helping.
15, you said?
And I think we're doing more advertisement and that helps more. So anyway,
Dusty?
I guess just a question with, following up with Commissioner Mangold. If it's a dog picked up or cat, whatever, the dog's usually picked up by law enforcement and taken to the shelter. Rather than them being on the hook to say, oh, you can have it for nothing or something like that, wouldn't that be something that law enforcement can help with? Like, you're gonna owe for every day this is here, and it's more through a law enforcement thing that they have to pay, and then law enforcement can pass that to the animal shelter, or is that something?
Well, but a lot of times when the officer picks one up, they don't know what belongs to it.
Right, okay,
Yeah, they just pick up a stray cat or dog and then they take it in and then the neighbor calls in or somebody, the owner calls in, hey, I'm missing my dog, and
so there's no track.
dispatch says it's out at the pound and.
Okay,
That's, Mr. Chair, that's usually what happens is the dog is picked up and the owner will contact the police department and say my dog is missing. That's when law
I
enforcement
encourage
tells
that.
them it was taken down to the shelter.
I know Cody, when Cody PD was doing it, they would, if it had a collar on with a rabies tag, they would call the vet. And
they
give them
do
the number,
that.
say who's
And the
it belong
police
to,
are good about that too.
And
Yeah.
they,
They'll take it back to the owner.
who's it belong to, and they call them and say, I've got your.
Yeah,
dog.
they do that in Powell
Right.
too, but just about all the dogs that are picked up in Powell, they don't have a $2 dog license. Oh. $10
fine.
collar, no license on.
Cheapos.
Yeah, $2.
Wait, what?
Dog license.
For $2 for a dog license?
And then they have a max of two,
January.
max of two dogs.
Buy a new license. But you have to have. They have to be spayed and neutered and have their shots.
Didn't I just read where they went to two? That I think
Oh, Powell,
Just a little.
yeah, they stayed at two.
Mango, doesn't Powell limit you to two dogs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 dog limit. 20 years ago when I started, I think we went through every town in Wyoming to check to see, and we were the only town in Wyoming that had a 2 dog limit.
It caused
Everybody else has
my
It's more.
it caused my brother-in-law to move out of Powell because he had 16 sled dogs and he couldn't keep them, so he left.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well, thank you for coming in. Is there any more questions?
thank you very much. I'm always nervous coming here.
Well, what we'll do is we'll go through during budget season, go through all the special requests. And then we'll see where we can find the money and help people out.
I thank you very much. for
Okay.
Considering me.
Thank you.
And like I
Thank you
said,
for
I'm
coming
always
in.
nervous coming here. I don't know why.
We're pretty scary.
Yeah, you guys are pretty scary.
Have a good day. Okay, we're done till 1:25 for a public hearing,
No,
11:25.
11:25. My ears don't work, my sight don't work. Depends on which clock is what time it says, so.
Yeah.
Here, let's get started.
Yeah.
Next on our agenda is Kim Dillon and Eric Decker with the Park County Planning and Zoning. Public hearing for Frank B. and Amy L. Lewis, SUP 287.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to summarize some of the findings that we have, all the findings, all the evidence, all the facts are in the staff report, which was shared with you and in the packet, and we have copies in our office. So on March 9th of this year, Mr. Lewis submitted a special use permit application to our department. Mr. Lewis requests approval of a special use permit for 20,000 square foot private indoor riding arena. The applicable regulations are our 2025 Park County Development Standards and Regulations. We have classified this use as a large impact structure. The property is in the General Rule Matisse zoning district. Large impact structures are allowed in that zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. The proposed site for the arena is relatively flat. The northern portion of the property is within a special flood hazard area, and the applicant provided a site map, which all of you saw, that shows the proposed arena relative to that special flood hazard area. At the nearest point, the proposed structure is 14.6 inches outside of that special flood hazard area. And Mr. Chairman, you'll see that there was also an email that came from Cody Schatz with EA and photographs. In the photographs, the special flood hazard area, which is to the north, is shown with an orange lath. And then the corner of the proposed building closest to the special flood hazard area is shown by that pink lath. And again, the closest that corner of the building will come to that special flood hazard area is 14.5 feet. And of course, the requirements are, unless somebody gets a floodplain permit, buildings have to be outside the floodplain. In this case, it will be, according to those plans. Legal notice requirements have been met. Application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. The Park County Treasurer stated that property taxes are paid in full. Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector, that department said that because this will be for private use, nothing will be required from them. Park County Weed and Pest said that a long-term noxious weed management plan is not required, but they do suggest the applicant follow best management practices. We received a response from Game and Fish. They stated that this project is within crucial mule deer winter range, and they recommend avoiding human activity from November 15th through April 30th of each year. They also said the development is within proposed sage-grouse core habitat area, and if the project requires any state or federal permitting, it would require to adhere to that sage-grouse executive order. Our understanding is this does not require any state or federal permitting, Mr. Chairman. Park County Public Works responded. They provided comments. They said they have received from the applicant a drain off and erosion control plan, which was required. Public Works stated they are satisfied with that plan, and Public Works does not believe that this structure will adversely impact any neighboring properties regarding access or drainage. Public Works also recommended, Mr. Chairman, that design plans for this proposed structure be prepared under the supervision of a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. We carried forth that proposal into one of our recommended conditions for your approval. Again, and that was because it was recommended from Public Works. Wyoming DEQ has not provided any comments. There is a neighbor, Mr. Ostrander, who attended the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. Mr. Ostrander had concerns about the potential for stormwater drainage affecting his property, wanted to know the distance. At the time, Mr. Lewis indicated that the structure would be at least 120 feet west of the east property line. And Mr. Chairman, I know we shared with you several plans. If you look especially at figure 1, you can see where this proposed structure is to be. And just on the east side of this proposed structure, I think there's some small sheds, maybe they're livestock structures, but basically the west edge of this proposed structure is, according to my measurement, it's at least 130 feet from that east property line. So it is a good distance. And again, Public Works said they're satisfied that there won't be any water runoff affecting any neighboring properties. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on April 15th to consider this. They heard testimony from staff, from the public. They concluded the special use permit application is consistent with the regulations. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this large impact structure. They had conditions. The applicant also provided a statement indicating how compatibility will be achieved. He said the proposed structure is for personal use. It will be an indoor riding arena and also for some equipment storage. It will not contain any living quarters. The facility will not be used for any performances, shows, or rodeos. He doesn't need a septic system. He's not planning for a septic system for this facility. He said the structure will not have potable water. However, there is a phosphorus hydrant in the general area. He said there will be no significant ground disturbance. He said only the facility will be constructed over an outdoor arena area. And the applicant anticipates only minimum impacts from traffic, noise, dust. And he says they will mostly be only associated with construction activities. So basically ending after construction. The area impact is approximately 0.46 acres. Nor outdoor lighting is proposed. The applicant said he will have lighting over the doorways, but they will be down directed. Soils conservation review has not been provided. That is an option with a special use permit. Because the applicant, we thought the applicant is going to build a structure himself on his property. He is a builder. He said there will be footings placed under the topsoil in the cobble. And the applicant also is an owner of a construction company. So, and he plans to construct this. So we thought that there was no need, and again, it's optional, no need for soils report from conservation district, geologist, soil scientist, whatever. But of course, you may see things differently, Mr. Chairman. Factors related to compatibility and impact have been addressed. Access is from Cliff Drive, which is a private road. Parking does appear to be adequate, especially since it's just for personal use. Electricity will be provided. And again, if you look at figure 1, on the west side of the property, the applicant told me that's where the electricity lines are. He has a line running to the barn, which is just west of where this facility will be. He plans to run an additional line from that west side of the property to this new structure to provide electricity. Factors related to services and infrastructure have been presented, Mr. Chairman. Site plan review is required. No hazardous materials will be stored, handled, or disposed of at the site. The use is not expected to impact any lakes, reservoirs, streams. Use is not expected to impact any federal wetlands. Factors related to site plan standards have been addressed. Special site plan standards do not apply. Mr. Chairman, if you approve this SUP, we could recommend the following conditions. The applicant shall comply with Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations. The applicant shall adhere to best management practice for controlling the spread of weeds. The applicant shall not conduct construction activities between November 15th and April 30th. The applicant shall have structure design plans be prepared under the supervision of a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. The applicant shall comply with the Sage Grouse executive order, if applicable. The applicant shall comply with Park County sign standards, if applicable, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County 25 development standards and regulations. And we're happy to answer questions if you have any, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, just have curiosity. I don't know if you know when the last time our flood plan was updated, or how old is that?
I don't know, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Commissioner Mangold, I don't know. I know our maps are A, and I don't believe they've been updated for quite some time. And you're right, I mean, if you're implying they're not always accurate, that's my
Yeah.
understanding.
And with drought season and all that, and how outdated is it?
Is it my understanding there was something coming down with the floodplain stuff, like they were supposed to be flying or doing, wasn't there something coming down from the?
That could be, I don't know, Mr. Chairman. If I was told that, I've forgotten it.
Yeah, I thought Joy said there was something coming down.
I think,
That may be true.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I have a question. Kim, this is kind of a general question, I guess. There's three things on here that actually refer to our regulations. One is, number one, the applicant shall comply with the noise, lighting and nuisance.
Yes.
And then it talks about, Park County sign standards.
Sure.
And then the last one talks about the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County 25 development standards. Why do we need all three of those except just not the last one that says they comply with our regulations?
Yeah, Drew, it likely is sufficient. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Overfield, yeah, it probably is likely sufficient to have just the last one. Because the first two you mentioned, I believe, are in
In the
that.
regs.
Yes.
I guess my reason for that, Mr. Chairman, is that it gets a little wordy, and if it's easier to just say, comply with the regs, I think is easier. And then if somebody has a problem with it, we can go in there, but I wouldn't assume a sign problem if it's a private use, and that, well, maybe because it has to say private use, that might be, but anyway, we might look at that in the future.
Yeah.
Lloyd?
Mr. Chair, I agree with Commissioner Overfield completely to simplify the moving forward, the wording and everything, but I guess, commissioners, I have issue with, number 3. Because he's in a mule deer winter habitat. I mean, we, almost all of developed Park County is in a winter deer habitat, and believe me when I tell you, they habituate to everything. I have them in my yard. In the wintertime, it's not gonna bother, and construction season is so limited anyway around here, where Mr. Lewis here wants to build this through the winter and do some construction or whatever. I'm almost certain, I'm not a biologist, but it's not gonna disrupt looking at the neighborhood with all the activity around. You got houses, you got all the other neighbors, subdivisions and houses. You're not gonna, why, I don't feel like we should hinder him from when he can build an oversized barn on his own property on the recommendation that to me is just blanket, that the response from the Game and Fish.
Well,
I know we have that option, but I get,
well, you raise a point, you raised the exact same point I was gonna raise on there. Living in a critical elk and deer range where they're eating all my flowers, my wife's flowers, they're not my flowers, but they're eating all my stuff and looking at the construction going on next door and the elk and deer. I mean, I just, and knowing where this is gonna be, I don't see it's gonna impact any kind of mule deer for any extended time or anything. So that's one of the problems I have with number 3.
Mr. Chair, I understand the concern from both of you, and I think we've had this discussion on several of these, it seems like, because it keeps coming up, but I also see it from the side of Game and Fish trying to also protect crucial winter range. So would it be more palatable if I think the term that maybe bothers, I may just assume that it bothers you, is that the applicant shall not, and maybe we just change it to the applicant could consider minimizing construction activities, just so that we're making them aware. And I think hopefully most people will take into consideration. I thought I read in here that Mr. Lewis had said that he thought the construction would be done, but now I can't find it, but
Yeah.
I think he said that in here somewhere.
That, and certainly he can correct me, but that's my memory. I know Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Simone, I remember we talked about this in P and Z. And if I remember correctly, I thought he said he was confident he'd be done
Maybe that's.
when it's approved by
So-
that.
I guess. And that's the problem I have is it shall not. Can we change that to the applicant, shall consider,
Minimizing.
or consider minimizing constructions during that time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lloyd.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab at
We need
And a
to do the
motion?
public hearing part.
Yeah.
oh, that's right.
Sorry.
So it's a public hearing. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? So one more time, any public comment?
I agree with you. So the chairman of planning and zoning asked me that day, are you okay with this, putting this in here? And I didn't know it was an option to say, no, I'm not. This is our property and we deal with the deer and elk and everything on our property every day. So we take care of them, they take care of their thing, and we don't run them off, we don't do completely, so they're there every day. We're putting tin on my house right now today. They're laying 30 yards from us by the fence watching.
My house the same way.
But
Okay, yeah, I understand it. We're the same way. They use the shady side. Any further public comment?
Mr. Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Mr. Lewis's special use permit 287 with staff recommendations modified, removing number 1, number 6, leaving number 7, and changing the word of condition number 3 to the applicant should minimize construction activities between the dates listed.
Second.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, also, I know you've seen this, I read this, consider that condition number 4. To my knowledge, the applicant has not yet had design plans prepared by somebody licensed. And again, that was recommended from Public Works, is we carried over.
Mr. Chair, I thought I read where that condition was met under Planning and Zoning Commission notes. It's just
Design.
what's in my document.
Design plans. No, Public Works approved the drainage and erosion control plan. But to my knowledge, there's not been any design plans that at least I remember
The
seeing.
top of page 9, the applicant shall have registered professional engineer or surveyor provided evidence, yada, yada. And it said big red letter says condition met.
Mhm. Oh, no, it's mapped outside of the floodplain.
Yes, yeah. Commissioner Teal, Mr. Chairman, that is just in regard to the floodplain. So my understanding was Public Works had a recommendation that the design plans for the actual structure, those plans be designed by somebody professional. That was my understanding of what Public Works also, what they recommended.
Right.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I just want you to be
Right.
aware of
If I
that.
could, Mr. Lewis, is this structure, I'm looking at it, it says
Yeah, it's
a design
structure, yes.
Design steel building.
Yes, steel.
So that's not an issue.
No, it's already designed and.
We just need to get the paperwork
Well, I
in.
think he has
It's right
he
here.
has the same paperwork. that
There's
you
the
have,
steel right there.
That it's stamped, that says that it's a stamped design structure, right?
Great
on the
Western.
plans.
Okay.
He already has that.
So
I
we
wasn't
could
worried.
actually remove that condition then because it's met,
Evidently, yes.
just to confuse the motion then we
Yep.
want to remove also condition number 4,
So state again, which ones you're removing?
1, 3, and 4.
Not 3.
Or excuse me, 1, 2, and 4. Rewording number 3, which would be not
Right.
come number 1. Confused
Mr.
yourself?
Chairman, my understanding is remove 1, which is the no
Noise,
standard. Now remove 4, the design plans.
excuse me, 1, 6,
Yes,
That's what confused me.
4
right,
and
sorry.
reword 3. I got it.
correct.
1, 6, and 4.
1, 6, and 4. Or 1, 4, and 6.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Did I get a second?
Is that a second?
Yes, Kelly.
You modified it, but.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to approve with stack of recommendations, removing 1, condition 1, 4, and 6, and modifying 3. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think just so that people that are listening or the public understands, just reiterating that removing 1 and was it
6.
6 is not really eliminating them. They're already covered in condition 7, which just obligates the applicant to comply with the standards. So just so that's clear.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, resolution 2026-22.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a public hearing at 1:40,
11:40.
11:40. I'm just wanting to be 1:40.
You want my-
And we have Kim Dillman and Eric Decker, public hearing for third amended plat of Spring Valley subdivision. Original lots 2 and 20 or 23, 24.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, I'm going to summarize some of the main findings. Of course, all the findings, all the evidence, all the facts are in our staff report, also in the packet, which you have, and we also have a copy in our office. So for this project, Rusty Blau, who also is an engineer surveyor, is the applicant. He submitted an amended plat application on February 13th of this year on behalf of the property owner. So one set of property owners are the Rolands. So the request is to approve this amended plat. We did get a revised amended plat on April 28th of this year. So the applicant requests approval of adjustments to original lots 23 and 24, the plat showing Spring Valley subdivision. This will include boundary line adjustments between parcel 23A and parcel 24B and property outside of the subdivision. The A and B parcels, Mr. Chairman, were not created by amended plat. So that is confusing. That was confusing to us. When you go back and look at the original plat for Spring Valley, it was done in the late 70s. And among other lots or parcels, they call them, it created parcel 24 and 23. But then in the early 80s, there were basically not amended plats, but there were records of survey showing 23 and 24 split into A and B. So a few years later, they split these two, 23 and 24, into A's and B's. That's why we have those. But we just wanted to make sure you knew it was not done by amended plat. So our understanding was that was not approved by the Board of County Commissioners at the time. But again, it was a long time ago. The original plat was late 70s. These things were split in the early 80s. Okay, so what's before us? A portion of parcel 23A, 0.15 acres. The plan is to merge that with the adjacent Harrison property to the east. So that 0.3 acres, when you look at this amended plat, that area is in the shaded areas at the bottom of 24A. A portion of the Harris property, also 0.15 acres, and that is shown when you look at this amended plat, just on the right-hand side or to the east of what is currently parcel 23A. That portion will be merged with the Harrison property to the east. And then then a portion of parcel 24B, which is 0.01 acres, will be merged with parcel 23A to create lot 123. Newly created lot 123 will be 2.27 acres. Newly created lot 124 will be 3.23 acres. Mr. Chairman, let me make sure I read that correctly. A portion of parcel 23A, that's the bottom portion of that amended plat, that will be merged with the adjacent Harrison property. A portion of the Harrison property, which is also 0.13 acres, that's that piece on the east side, will be merged with 23A to create lot 23. And then a portion of lot 23B, which is to the north, 0.01 acres, just a real tiny small piece, will be merged with parcel 23A to create lot 123. Again, lot 123 will be 2.27 acres. Lot 124 will be 3.23 acres. Both of these will be newly created. Our regulation, the applicable regulations are our 2025 development standards and regulations. Ownership of 23A is the Rollins. Ownership of 24B is the Landises. And then the Harrison property, of course, is owned by the Harrisons. And I should also mention, Mr. Chairman, there'll be no new lots created by this. Everything will be merged with existing property. These properties are located approximately 4 miles north of Cody city limits, approximately 2 miles west of 14A and County Road 2AB. This property is near the intersection of 2AB and Quarter Horse Lane. The land has various changes in elevation. Lots in the subdivision are classified as residential. The Harrison property is classified as agricultural. This property is in the RR2 zoning district. The proposed lot sizes are consistent with that zoning district. The proposed boundary line adjustments are occurring between two platted subdivision lots or parcels and an adjacent unplatted parcel. Planning director determined a public hearing is necessary. Thus, we are going through the public hearing process. Public notice requirements have been met. Agency referrals have been met. Wyoming DEQ summarized their notification permits and certifications or certificates required for various activities regarding surface or groundwater. Game and Fish said they have no specific terrestrial wildlife concerns. Park County Fire Protection District 2 stated they have no comment. Public Work has no questions or comments regarding this application. We did get a response from Park County Weed and Pest. They inspected the area and they have no noxious weed concerns. They will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. And again, that's from Weed and Pest. We did get a response from them. We've not received any public comments. The Plat Review Committee reviewed this amended plat on April 23rd, and there was a revised amended plat that was received on April 28th. The plat meets the requirements of our Park County development standards and regulations. Mr. Chairman, should you choose to approve this amended plat, we recommend the following two conditions. Prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide ownership conveyances of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording immediately after the amended plat, or if closing in a title company is required for the land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. We're happy to answer any questions should you have any, Mr. Chairman.
Can you reread that one section?
I would be happy to.
No.
It would be easy.
Staff?
This one's complicated.
Yeah, it is.
It's just complicated survey wise, not.
Any questions for staff?
I agree.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'd ask that anybody in the public want to speak to this. If you could step up, sir, and use the microphone, state your name for the record. The microphone, he's got it. Yeah, if you could just state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Harrison and my family owns that adjacent property. I just wanted to verify that those lot changes or adjustments that are adjacent to 2AB, will we still have access to our property? Because there was a gate right there that we accessed that property from. And I just wanted to verify that we would still have that access.
Maybe hand the mic to the guy behind you.
Yeah. And yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that they're with this, that there'll be any access changes, but is that Rusty?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Blau would likely know.
I'm Rusty Blau, the surveyor that's prepared the plats. The access will remain. It's a county road, the original county road right away, but then the county had realigned 2AB to its current
Could you
location.
speak up a little bit louder?
Oh, okay. So the county realigned County Road 2AB to its current location. But they have an existing right of way that was never vacated. That's kind of southeast, the alignment is of where the road is now, and that was shown on the original plat of the subdivision. So that is still a valid public right of way. It's never been vacated, and that's where Bruce's access lies, is within that right of way. So essentially, he has the public right of way to use to access his property. If it were ever vacated by the county, if they would decide to vacate it just to clean up everything, they would give Bruce the chance to state his need for a right of way there and retain a right of way, even if they're vacating the public use of the old road right of way. So it should not affect any right of way from my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, does that satisfy you? Okay. Any more public comment? Any more public comment?
Mr. Chairman, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and second to close the public hearing. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. The pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the third amended plat of Spring Valley subdivision, original lots 23 and 24 as presented with conditions listed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the third amendment plat for Spring Valley subdivision. Original lots 23 and 24 with conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, 2026-23.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think Rusty's just trying to see if we were awake, looking at all of the little pieces. It's like, whoa.
In recess till 1:15.
Yeah.
11:15. Okay, we'll be back in session and first thing on the agenda is Kim Dillon and Eric Decker, Park County Planning and Zoning and Assistant Director, Public Hearing, reference New Mount Carmel Stone Cutting Workshop SUP 288. Kim?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to summarize some of the facts that are in our staff report. Of course, you've seen our staff report, you've seen the packet. That has all of the findings, all the evidence for this project. And we'll keep a document of that in our office. So on March 13th of this year, we did host a representative from New Mount Carmel Foundation, and they submitted a special use permit application to us. And the applicant requests approval of a special use permit for an 18,000 square foot private stone cutting facility. The appropriate regulations are our 2025 development standards and regulations. At this point, the use we've classified as both a large impact structure and a major industrial use. And I'll say just a little bit more about that, Mr. Chairman. So when we originally had contact with essentially the monks, we knew it was an 18,000 square foot facility. And so we initially classified that as a large impact structure. We believe appropriately. We thought at the time, because we knew it was going to be a stone cutting facility, the thought crossed our mind of industrial use, but we knew the monks were planning to use those stones for their own private use in the monastery. So at the time, we did not make an additional classification of industrial use. And then last month, before and during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the monks expressed to us an interest in possibly at some point in the future taking these stones that they cut and shaped after the monastery is done, which they think the soonest will be 2030. They had an interest in possibly selling those stones to customers. So then with that information, we thought it would be appropriate to still have it be the large impact structure. But then because we are possibly talking about commercial use, we suggested also we should consider this to be industrial use. That's where we are today. And then again, the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we did hear a landowner who voiced concern about an existing easement, and there are a number of easements to this property through private property that you had a chance to see, that may prohibit the use of industrial use and commercial use, other than supporting the monastery activities. And our conclusion is the board, you shall ultimately determine the appropriate use classification. At this point, I think what's on the table is both large impact structure and possibly industrial use. This property is in the general rural Matitsi zoning district. Large impact structures and major industrial uses are allowed in the GRM zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. And Mr. Chairman, both of these two classifications require essentially the same review process, just so you know. The nearest permitted residence is approximately 2.5 miles to the northwest of where this property is, and I believe that also is where the monks have other structures and have a residence. There are multiple permitted structures located on this property, and there is a permitted septic system. The applicant provided a site plan graphic, which you had a chance to see. It shows a structure, this new proposed 18,000 square foot structure relative to existing structures, a water well, Middle Creek, parking, staging areas, an office building, and other structures. Legal notice requirements have been met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. DEQ responded and they summarized their requirements should there be activities that may impact ground or surface water. The Bighorn Basin inspector stated that building plans and full electrical plans must be submitted to them for review and approval before construction begins, should this be approved. Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. We received a response from Wyoming Game and Fish. They stated the property is in elk crucial winter range. They recommend avoiding human activity from November 15th to April 30th. Park County Public Works did respond with several comments. One comment was that they did approve the drainage and erosion control plan for this facility. So Public Works did get that plan and they did approve it, Mr. Chairman. And again, it's required because of the size of this facility. Park County Weed and Pest responded. They said they will not require a weed management plan. We did receive one written public comment and we shared that with you. And that is from a Mr. Charbonneau. And he had concerns about the road being private, about an existing easement through Meeteche Creek Ranch. And my understanding is Mr. Charbonneau is maybe part owner associated with Meeteche Creek Ranch. And he also had concerns about the easement not allowing heavy truck traffic. And I'll just summarize his email. So I have the email here. We shared it with you. He said Meeteche Creek Road is a private road. He talked about their failure to notify some affected landowners. He talked about use limitations and the easement, and he says use is limited to workers and guests who are shuttled to the property or invited and have travel permits in the window or escorted by the monks. He thought that my understanding is the industrial use and that traffic would be incompatible. And I believe Mr. Charbonneau is not in favor or opposed to you approving the major industrial use. Anyhow, that was his email. You had a chance to see that. I will mention one other public comment. So I talked on the phone, I believe it was on Friday, with Helen Hassan, and she is associated with 91 Ranch. And my understanding is that is the private property that is due east of where this location is. There's also an easement through that property that the monks use to get to this, property. We shared that easement document with you, but I just want to read one thing to you, Mr. Chairman, because I think this is relevant. So this is the easement agreement between 91 Ranch and New Mount Carmel Foundation, essentially the monks. And at the bottom of the first page under 4, it said the easement shall not be used for access for any commercial use by the grantee or others. And again, when we were thinking of the stone cutting facility for them to cut stone and not just use it for their own use, but to sell it, to us, that's a commercial use. And it seems like this easement through 91 Ranch, it seems like it's not compatible with commercial sales, commercial use by the monks, just so you know that. I just wanted to point that out. And again, that is easement through 91 Ranch. Okay, Planning and Zone Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on April 15th to consider the special use permit and hear testimony. They recommended approval of the SUP with conditions. The applicant provided, Brother Isidore provided a statement indicating how compatibility will be achieved. In summary, the proposed building, he said, will be used for cutting and shaping stone for the construction of a monastery. After construction of the monastery is completed, likely 2030, the stone cutting process may continue for stone sales to clients. Again, the monks indicated to us that if that is allowed and if they decide to move forward with that, they told us clients will not patronize the property. The stones will be sent out, I guess, by the monks. They won't have any customers on the property. This building will contain a stone cutting machinery and a closed loop water recycling system for water used in the stone cutting process. It will also contain space for storage and space for loading shipments of stone. During construction of the facility, there will be some additional noise and traffic. However, the site is excluded, nestled in a valley. Visual disturbances to neighbors will be minimized. Nearest neighboring structures or facilities are the Spring Creek oil field. After the building is constructed, stone cutting operations will occur indoors. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we mentioned this before, but our understanding is right now the monks are cutting stone and shaping stone. This would just be an additional structure for allow them to expand. The building will be 90 feet by 200 feet with a roof peak of 50 feet. Entire area of the operations is approximately 6 acres. Hours and days of operation will be Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Additionally, they think they'll have 10 to 12 employees working on site. They have a geotechnical report that they had completed that has been provided. We do have a copy of that. Access is from, I'll go all the way back out to Highway 120. So access to this property is Highway 120 to County Road 3JC. The county road portion of 3JC, I believe, is only about 1.5 miles. Then it's 3JC private for 12, 15 miles, something like that. And then actually that ends and it looks like there's an unimproved road that continues to the Monk's property. Domestic water will be provided by a permitted well that they have. Parking appears to be adequate, and you saw that on their site plan. As I mentioned, at this location, they do have a permitted in-ground septic system. That septic system is adequate for up to 20 employees. But I know the Monks also talked with this structure about maybe putting in another septic, which would be fine with us. But it seems like their existing septic is adequate for this new structure and the employees that they have. Electricity, they said, will be provided. Site plan review, of course, is required for this. And we went through site plan review and you had a chance to see that. Mr. Chairman, special site plan standards do not apply. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you saw this. So we made recommended conditions for if you approved just the large impact structure and if you approve the large impact structure and major industrial use. Do you mind if I run through these quickly? All right, so our recommended conditions, if you were to approve just the large impact structure. 1, the applicant shall comply with Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations. The applicant may construct a large impact structure. The applicant may provide evidence to the Planning and Zoning Department that the State Fire Marshal Office has approved construction of the building and commencement of the use. The applicant shall not conduct construction activities between December 31st and April 30th. The applicant shall comply with Park County sign standards if applicable. Number 6, the special use permit shall expire if the activities allowed by this SUP have not been established within 1 year of the board's approval of the permit. And the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Our recommendation, should you choose to approve both the large impact structure and the major industrial use, we recommend 1, the applicant shall comply with Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations. The applicant may construct a large impact structure and operate the facility for private and commercial stone cutting industrial processes. 3, if the use is used as a commercial stone cutting facility, potential customers may not visit the property for commercial purposes. 4, the applicant shall provide evidence to the Planning and Zoning Department that the State Fire Marshal's Office has approved construction of the building and commencement of the use. 5, the applicant shall not conduct construction activities between December 31st and April 30th. 6, the applicant shall comply with Park County sign standards if applicable. 7, this special use permit shall expire if the activities allowed by this SUP have not been established within 1 year of the board's approval of the permit. And 8, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Question for staff?
Mr. Chair, really quick, I'm just going back through the email from yesterday. Can you tell me, was it the 91 MCF easement that you're referencing with the?
The one about the easement shall not be used for access for commercial purposes? No, this is the easement through, well, I'm not sure if what I heard you. This is the easement through 91 Ranch.
So I think that this is it, 91 NMCF from 2012. Just trying to find the language where it says that in the easement.
The one I have is a non-exclusive access easement, made 11th May 2012 by and between 91 Ranch and as the grantor and New Mount Carmel Foundation the nonprofit as the grantee.
Yep, that's what I'm looking.
Okay, and number 4, at the very bottom, it says the easement shall not be used for access for any commercial use.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask us to consider the same thing on the conditions when we get there and determine where we're gonna go, that we look at the same type of thing that we did in the one earlier with the regulation.
Any more questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing, so we'd open up the public comment. If you want to comment, please come forward and state your name and talk into the microphone, please.
My name is Helen Hassan and I represent the 91 Ranch. The thing I find is not been emphasized in anything that's been said here is that that is a private road. It is not a public road. And that doesn't seem to have entered into consideration here. As a private road, you go over easements. We had discussions to establish those easements as you read. The 91 Ranch easement says there'd be no commercial activity. The easement through Charbonneau's essentially says the same thing, although it's not specifically worded. So I would be very much opposed to the major industrial use. Major industrial use is completely open-ended. There's nothing there. You can build a steel factory, you can build a car factory. There's nothing there that restricts it. That's completely inappropriate. It violates the easements and it violates the intention of all the discussions that we had with the monks when those easements were established. We were led to believe that we'd have a small group of monks who would have a life of prayer and contemplation, and they would be roasting coffee beans, and that was the end of the commercial activity. Anything more than that would be inappropriate. Large impact structure would be fine, but the major industrial use is a violation.
Okay. Thank you. Any more public comment? One last time, any public comment?
You have it.
Mr. Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I think from what we read, and what we understand from the existing easements, I do believe that it needs to stay as a large impact structure, and not move into the industrial use. But I would also request that if we do the large impact structure, that we look at the conditions, removing condition number 1, because that deals with the noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations that are, it's going to be taken up in number 7. And then the sign one is there also number 5, Kim. We would remove 1 and 5 then. And those are covered in number 7.
Commissioner Teal.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I somewhat agree, and it for the applicant, it's not the end of the road. I mean, they can always come back and amend their SUP if they were to acquire proper easement through this private road. So I'm not in favor of granting somebody to that through your land as well as it was meant for egress or egress for them. So I feel for you, and I'm hearing you. I'm just saying, if they were to pursue it and want to come back an amendment and get I think that you have that option, but that's between you and the neighbors. The other one that I do believe, the condition that I think we need to consider here is under the large impact structure is number 6. I just don't like, and I know we've been through this before, that we have the opportunity to modify this. I don't care if it comes out of the rules or not. And that is to be established within like 1 calendar year. The size of this operation, they may not be cutting stones in a year, but they may be constructing still. And I believe we need to change the established part, because it is being interpreted as up and operating at that within a calendar year. That is not, I think, feasible in this size of a endeavor. So I would suggest some wording changes there. I'm not sure how you want to do it, but the condition could be, instead of saying established, commenced. I'm looking for wording in there that if they start to establish their building for this project within a calendar year, then they're good to go as long as they continue. If they're ever idle for another year, that's in our regulations, and nothing happens, their SUP goes away. So I think we're covered that way. But I really think we need to look at this because the size of the SUP can determine the length in which they can be established.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Commissioner Teal, you may know this, but so if you, to me, my interpretation, if you do approve this as a large impact structure, we know the use is going to be cutting stones, but that's not really related. We know they're doing it for their own private use, but that's not really part of this SUP. To me, the SUP is basically just the structure, but you're right. I would interpret having the use established, to me, it'd be having the building essentially complete within a 1 year. And that may not be something that you're in favor of.
That's exactly right.
Having that be a condition. But that's how I would interpret it.
I know.
Having the building finish construction within a year, because this is SUP for the building.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if you, real quick, then you throw in the timeline for if we leave it, December 1st through April, they can't work on it. So you're essentially shutting them down for even shorter time.
Dawson?
Guess in that conversation, are you interested in a fully different type of wording or lengthening that to a 2-year period or something to allow them to get it built, the building built?
I think it's an issue that, Mr. Chairman, I think it's an issue that we need to address. And I guess with the applicant here, is it possible to be up and operating and cutting in 2 years? Even? I mean, if you're happy with that, I'd like to reword the whole damn
I
thing.
know, but that's tough to do without thinking about all the
I know.
applications today, but 2 years might be, I don't know, the time frame might be workable.
I'm good, but something needs to change there.
I'm just trying to see. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if Commissioner Teal, the special use permit shall expire if the building, the large impact structure allowed by the SUP has not been.
Not completed.
You want it to be completed or commenced within 1 year? Or the other option is, like you said, to just extend it. To me, it has been established is it's done.
Yeah.
So within, or do you want to make it to 2 years, I guess?
That's what I was thinking, if it's built within 2 years.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Simone, what if we just changed established to implemented? I mean, that if the activities allowed by that SUP have not been implemented, meaning you're breaking ground, then you've started. Implemented it within a calendar year. Doesn't, and just throw established. I think established is where we're getting the idea that it has to be complete and operating.
And it could sit for a long time. It could then sit for a long time.
But they can't sit idle for more than a year, or they're.
Well, but if they haven't even started, how do you say they haven't? I mean, I don't know. That's a hard one.
I
'Cause the
know.
building and the use are two different
Well,
things.
Commissioner Teal, so the definition of implement is, oh, I just had it. It means it means fully established, put a decision, plan, or agreement into effect.
So they were playing word games again. So, I mean, if we're good for 2 years, let's just change it
Let's
2 years
go to 2 years.
for now. And then somehow
Then it gives
we're
it
gonna
an
be going
end
through this DSR. Let's fix this.
Yeah.
I'm more comfortable with that.
So that's number 6.
Yeah. You know, again, and I don't mean to beat this, but to me, Mr. Chairman, once this building is constructed, I mean, this SUP I mean, they still have to comply with any conditions, but it's done. You know, really the use, as long as they're not doing something that requires a permit and they don't have it, the use is irrelevant to me for this SUP.
The building.
Yes, it's the building is how I look at this.
Okay, we're gonna have to make a move here.
Yeah, okay. You want me to? Um, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the SUP 288 under large impact structure with the removal of conditions 1 and 5 and the rewording of condition 6 for 2 year
Okay.
of the permit.
I'll second, but may I friendly amend?
That's always right.
So that the amendment would be that the applicant should consider
Oh,
game and fish recommendations for construction between December 31st and April 30th. Because that's a game and fish, right? The applicant shall not, that's a game and fish recommendation, but we don't really want it to say shall not, so they should consider.
Yeah.
The game and fish recommendations regarding construction activities between December 31st and April 30th.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Simone, my memory is you don't see this. You would expect to see it November 30th. And I think that was Game and Fish, their original recommendation. But planning and zoning changed that to their recommendation was December 31st. And we just carried their condition over into this. So
Oh.
that was P and Z tweaking it a little bit. Because I think Game and Fish, again, I think they said November 30th, but
Okay.
yeah, but your amendment's fine. Shall,
My issue with it is the shall not, there's no way to, we're not gonna monitor that, so. I just think they should consider.
shall consider.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just to point out that from what pictures I've seen and what I've witnessed with the monks, this is all irrelevant. These guys are gonna get it done quick. They don't goof around. So I think a lot of this, I'm confident that they will get this structure done in no time and start cutting stone very soon. So just my point.
Okay, any other discussion? Then moved and second to approve the large impact structure for New Mount Carmel Stone Cutting Workshop SUP 288 with the removal of number condition 5,
1 and 5.
1 and 5, and moving it to 2 years, and then amending number 4 as stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Right.
Commissioners.
Let's jump right into the one we're late on here.
Mr. Chairman, a resolution 2026-24.
Thank you,
Okay,
Colleen.
we have public hearing for Buena Vista subdivision, Carlson, issuance of preliminary plat approval. Kim Dillon.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh. And that just came in a couple of seconds.
Yes, at lunch.
Mr. Chairman, we have one public comment, an email that just came in 2 hours ago. Wanted to be sure we have. And this course is in regard to this.
Thanks, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will just go through and state a couple facts, and then I'm going to read the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommended approval conditions for this preliminary plat. Of course, it's Buena Vista. So just an update. On October 7th of 2025, the Board of County Commissioners held a duly noticed public hearing to consider the preliminary plat application for Buena Vista subdivision resolution 2025-78. The board voted to deny the application. The applicant filed petitions for review of the board decision with the District Court, 5th Judicial District on November 25th of last year and January 2nd of this year. On April 21st of this year, the court filed an order on the petition remanding the matter to the board with direction to approve the preliminary plat with the conditions recommended by the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission and subject to the requirements set forth in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. So, Mr. Chairman, the Planning and Zoning Commission that their recommended approval conditions for this preliminary plat is one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Two, prior to preliminary plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit plans to mitigate any anticipated impacts to existing neighboring agriculture operations, including but not limited to irrigation conflicts, pest and litter, and domestic pets. Number three, prior to preliminary plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of the Public Works Department's approval of the subdivision road name. Number four, prior to preliminary plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an approved long-term noxious weed management plan for recording with the final plat. Number five, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a water distribution plan that has been reviewed and approved by the Shoshone Irrigation District and the State Engineer's Office. Number six, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of one, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming state statute. Two, written consent from all adjacent landowners, a perimeter fence is not necessary. Or three, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statutes. Seven, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements. For example, installation of domestic water taps, irrigation facilities, utilities, mailboxes, road, fencing, and etc. for review by staff and approval by the county attorney and the board. Eight, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an HOA to address maintenance of shared facilities, for example, road, irrigation infrastructure, to the Planning and Zoning Department. And then number nine, again, recommended conditions from P&Z, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And then, Mr. Chairman, we have a couple notes. So we have identified that condition number 2 has already been met. And that condition is the plans to mitigate any anticipated impacts to ag operations. That condition has already been met. Also, we said the wording for conditions 3 and 4 will not be appropriate for this approval since the preliminary plat step will be complete. And 3 and 4 say prior to preliminary plat review. Mr. Chairman, we do have a recommendation. We recommend that if the applicant is agreeable to all this, condition number 2 be removed and conditions number 3 and 4 replace prior to preliminary plat review with prior to final plat review. And Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Question. So this is a public hearing, so we'll open up to public comment if you would. We'll hand you the microphone. Please state your name for the record and try to keep it within 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Name?
Yeah, please hold it so we can hear you and state your name for the record.
My name is Melanie North and
That's it.
Oh, okay. I have a number of residents, we're residents nearby, and we've kind of come up with some questions as to what we don't have some answers to some things. May I go ahead and
Yeah,
ask?
just go one at a time and let them respond if you would.
Great. Number one,
Why did it originally get declined and passed? And what did they exactly do to make it change so that it gets approved?
Wow.
Why did it get disapproved?
Mr. Chairman, there was a question about an old affidavit against the property. And there were some concerns about the history on that affidavit and whether it was binding on the existing property. And we made the decision to deny, not completely understanding what that affidavit meant.
Okay, so it didn't have anything to do with the amount of lots on the property.
Not to my.
No,
Okay.
it just was strictly on that affidavit.
Okay, do you feel that 16 lots is too many lots for that, for the surrounding area?
Well, I don't
Is
know
that-
that, I mean, as long as they're following the rules and regulations, I don't know that we can deny it just simply on the amount unless they're too small or something other regulation they violate. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, we just wondered. We have wanted to come to meetings in the past, but we've been out of town. Every one of us or just have so much going on. So here's another question. And the consensus seems to be the water table. I know for my neighbors, they have complained, I've lived there over 10 years and they've been very upset with the water table level. Here's one of their questions. Has a hydrogeologic study been completed to determine whether the aquifer can sustainably support 16 additional wells without impacting existing homeowners' wells? Like I know, like one of my neighbors, his went like 4 years ago, went really pretty much, he doesn't use it hardly because it's
Right.
dropped.
Mr. Billman, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not a requirement, is it? By a rule from regs?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I believe it's something that you could certainly pursue, but to my knowledge, I don't think there was any kind of a hydrological study done. I don't remember such thing.
I don't recall. Doesn't.
I guess I'm going to look back through the file real quick. Are these lots proposed to be connected to Northwest Rural Water? So they will not affect the water table as far as wells go. Because they won't be taking out of the aquifer if they're connected to Northwest Rural Water.
Okay, so that's a good answer. Okay, so, I guess one of their thoughts was, what is, if it does, are they allowed to sink wells or on their own? Or do they, like so they're on Northwest currently, right? Utilities, will homeowners be allowed to sink wells, which would ultimately impact the water table level? Because
Certainly.
it's been,
I believe they would be. They would just have to go to the state engineer's office and get the proper permit.
okay, so that engineer's office probably has all of the studies done on different areas, would
I
approve
can't
or
answer whether they
disapprove
study it
based
or
on
not,
that.
but they certainly are the permitting authority.
Okay, so we would go to them first, the engineer's office, okay. Yeah, because a lot of these questions are just like who is liable if adjacent wells get damaged or depleted? It's really the water table that's and the number of lots in that, it kind of reduces the rural feeling to like a city, more city-like. So that was a big concern as well, to pack that many lots into that
Okay.
acreage.
Yeah, appreciate it. I don't mean to cut you off, but we usually keep it to 2 minutes. We need to go and let's see if other people want to talk. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Anybody else want to have anything to say? One last time? Got one in the back right there.
My name is Tim Feathers. I have questions and based on the answers might have a comment. The district court order, does that require this board to approve this application? Or did it simply say you could not deny it on the basis of the agricultural exemption? Because those are two different things.
Let me look here. Do we have that?
Yes, we do. Says. Do you want me to read it, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. I got it. Go ahead.
Says, the relief prayed for by Carlson should be and hereby is granted. Directs the reviewing court to compel agency action unlawfully withheld and to hold unlawful and set aside agency action found to not be in accordance with the law. The board's denial of the preliminary plat of the Buena Vista Major Subdivision is inconsistent with the applicable law pertaining to the statutory exemptions from subdivision requirements set forth in Wyoming State Statute 185303 and not in accordance with the law. And number 4, this matter is hereby remanded to the board with direction to approve the major subdivision preliminary plat for Buena Vista subdivision with the conditions recommended by the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission and subject to the requirements set forth in the applicable Park County development standards and regulations, not inconsistent herewith. So it was not based on the affidavit necessarily or what.
Well, it sounded like to me what they were saying was it was overturned and remanded back to you on the basis it wasn't consistent with what the statute said regarding that affidavit. That I understand.
Yeah, and so
I don't see where there's any jurisdiction there to require you to approve it, because there could be other issues involved. I mean, if you're required to approve it, why are we having these hearings? If you're required to approve it, it should just be approved and be done. I don't see the court's order there, that second half of that order being consistent with the first half. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I certainly read it at the bottom where it says remanded back to the board with the direction to approve. So what happens is we have these hearings because we have to go through all the process to make sure they follow the codes and do all that. And then if we don't approve it or we deny it, then through the statute, the way the statute reads it, it goes to them for approval or for the judge to review it, and he could then overturn us. If I'm not correct, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
And so he's basically overturned our decision.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I don't understand though is the court requiring you to approve this application?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Remanded with the direction to approve the major subdivision.
Yeah,
Preliminary
Mr. Chairman,
plat.
the preliminary plat.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the P and Z commission
Right.
conditions.
Okay, so what does that mean for those of us who live around there that still don't want this?
I don't think it's a choice anymore. That's the way I read it. Joy?
Staff asked the county attorney for direction as to how we're supposed to proceed with this order. And he indicated we should hold a public hearing. So that was the direction we were provided, and that's why we have the public hearing. Other than that, I couldn't say
Okay.
without any other reason.
Any public comments, Health?
Mr. Chair, just to real quickly to address, I think it was Mr. Feathers, the last gentleman that spoke. I think what I hear him saying is there any other reason that we could deny the subdivision? And I think my answer to that would be that per the staff report, all the other checks that you have to do in order to get a major subdivision, the applicant has met. You know, so the other requirements, there's not a reason to deny him because he's complied. The initial reason that we denied was because of the affidavit. But that is not a covenant. And so I think that's why we're being told by the district court that we have to. It does say that we have to approve. This matter is hereby remanded to the board with direction to approve the major subdivision preliminary plat with the conditions recommended by the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission. It does not leave room for us to interpret it any other way, in my opinion.
Yes.
Provide any additional findings or reasoning to suggest another reason for denial. Had you provided other reasons for denial, I believe that outcome may be different right now, but you provided one reason for denial. And therefore you've been overturned on that one reason. Had you given some other reason that, you know, the density is not appropriate for the zone or something like that, you might be in a different situation right now, but that was not where you landed on your final decision.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is in the GRP zoning area.
Yes.
So 1 acre lots are down to 1 acre lots are permissible.
That's correct. It is GRP. Yes.
We're getting behind here. We gotta,
Yeah.
We close public hearing.
yeah, we haven't yet.
Did.
No, we haven't.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Then motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chair, as much as I don't want to, I really don't. I think I still question the legality of the affidavit, but I am not a lawyer or a judge, so I have to follow the law. I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion to approve Point of Vista's subdivision preliminary plat as presented with staff conditions. Could die as lack of second.
I'll second it with the staff recommendations, with the applicant's approval to change the language to prior to final plat review.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I did actually wrote that down, changing the from final to changing preliminary to final. Under conditions, was it 2 and 3?
Removing number 2 and changing
Yeah.
3 and 4 to prior to final plat.
Yeah.
review.
Group, say it again.
Removing condition number 2
Correct.
that you've already met, and
Yes.
then changing the wording in 3 and 4 to prior to final plat review instead of.
Instead of
plat review.
preliminary.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up to Mrs. Hill's, just the comment that there was no other reason to deny, given to deny on the first one. We make our decisions based on the information that is given to us in the staff report. I don't feel that there was another reason provided. I think they complied with every other piece that they're required to by the regulations. And I understand this is going to be upsetting to a lot of people. But again, I guess this is a great opportunity to encourage you to participate in the process going forward with the regulations and the zoning and the uses and all the things that we're working on now going forward. Because like Commissioner Overfield just stated, it is in a GRP planning area, which does allow 1 acre, down to 1 acre lots. So that's all. I just wanted to comment that's how we make the decisions, is by the information in the staff reports.
Mr. Chair, and I know I'll be quick, but I really feel bad for the people that were provided information thinking that that was always going to be a field. And I mean, whether it was told and it was even some documentation, but I can't make the laws. And I interpreted it the same way a lot of your neighbors did. And I feel bad for that. So I guess be careful what you're told by realtors or title companies or anybody else. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Then move second to approve the Buena Vista subdivision preliminary plat approval. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, Resolution 2026-25.
Okay, next, we have Angela Decker, Planning and Zoning, public hearing, amended plats of Lee subdivision. Lot 1 and lot 51 of subdivision. And then lot 51-5, is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of the public hearing, and all facts are within the packet, and I will summarize key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the Planning and Zoning Department in the official file. Heather Tisdale, trustee of the Tisdale Family Trust, and Michael Newton Jr., trustee of the Michael Newton Jr. Living Trust, submitted amended plat applications requesting approval of a boundary line adjustment between Lot 1 of Lay subdivision owned by Tisdale Family Trust and Lot 51-5 of Lot 51 subdivision owned by Michael Newton Jr. Living Trust. The adjustment will increase the size of Lot 1 of Lay subdivision from 5.33 acres to 13.10 acres and decrease the size of Lot 51-5 of Lot 51 subdivision from 10 acres to 2.21 acres. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2025 Development Standards and Regulations. Ownership of each lot has been affirmed. The properties are located approximately 2 miles south of Powell city limits, addressed as 949 and 951 Lane 11.5 in Powell. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential. The subdivisions are within the general rural Powell zoning district, and the proposed lot sizes are consistent with that zoning district. Public notice requirements have been met, as well as agency referral requirements. No public comments have been received, and no new lots are being created. Staff recommends, should the board choose to approve these amended plats, the following conditions. Condition 1, prior to recording each amended plat, if required by Shoshone Irrigation District, the applicant shall provide a water distribution plan for each amended plat that has been reviewed and approved by the Shoshone Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition 2, prior to recording each amended plat, the applicants shall provide ownership conveyances of the individual lots resulting from the amended plats to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording immediately after the amended plats, or if closing at a title company is required, for the land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And condition 3, the applicants shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Questions for staff? Okay, this is a public meeting, so we'll open up to public comment for anybody who wants to comment. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Scott Lewis. I'm with Granite Engineering Survey, and I prepared these for these two individuals. I don't know, we've been working on this water distribution plan with the county, with the irrigation district for probably a month or more. They seem to be busy at this time of year when the water's coming in, and they didn't ever respond. Anyway, the bottom line is that they finally did respond, and everything is okay with them, except for they wanted us to add an easement to the plat, which basically affects the amended lay plat that covers up their underground drains. And so we're in the process of doing that. Now, I don't know what that does to affect your decision. We're willing and going to do that, but it is not on your plat right now. As far as the Newton amended plat, it does not affect that plat at all. So I thought you needed that information.
Thank you. Public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a question then with staff. So how does that affect if we're trying to pass a amended plat here, and the plat has a potential of changing based on condition number 1? How the hell do we do that?
I think they can prove that, knowing that that
Condition.
condition.
Condition, reword the condition?
I would think we could reword condition 1.
I think so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if we were to reword condition number 1 to prior to recording each amended plat, understood that an easement is being required from Shoshone Irrigation District, the applicants shall provide that easement and distribution plan for each of the amended plats that have been reviewed and approved by Shoshone Irrigation District. I think we can word that in a way that allows it to happen.
I'll let you do it.
Before, so I can work with Kim. But it wouldn't happen they won't record the plat until that's received and approved.
But then the plat changes and we didn't see what the change was.
It's an easement though. It's not a. it's
I mean,
not-
I don't care. I'm good with, he's good with it. Owner's good with it, but I'm just saying, we can't,
Right.
we're approving a plat that we don't, that may not look the same when it's recorded.
I mean, Mr. Chair, that the other option then, if we're not comfortable with that, I think would be to table this until the next formal meeting and then have the amended.
Or throw condition one out.
We have to have the Shoshone Irrigation District approval. Water distribution plan.
Yeah, we can condition anything we want.
So what's the pleasure? Yeah. keep moving.
Mr. Chair, is there an urgency to this getting approved? Is there a timeline that we're working with for a specific reason?
Do you know what,
is
there a certain timeline?
I don't know.
Mr. Lewis?
I'm unaware of a timeline other than they're kind of anxious to get it done. It would be, if you're and you're willing, I could describe where they are. They basically go right through the center of the east side of the amended plat of Lay. And then it hits the bottom of Lay Lot 1 right now and continues to the west. So there's gonna be that easement that goes through there. It's gonna be 100-foot wide. It's gonna affect both these plats, because if it doesn't do anything good for us, is to put it on the irrigation plan without having it on the plat. So, if you could consider adding a condition that upon approval of the staff or something along those lines that would allow us to get that done for them in the next 2 weeks, it would be greatly appreciated, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
Public hearing's public hearing. What's closed public hearing? You want to ask for more or want me to just close? Mr. Chairman, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moving second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
We have Buzzy.
Try to word it at the moment. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the amended plats of Lay subdivision lot 1 and the lot 51 subdivision lot 51-5. And with the rewording of condition number 1 in a format that allows the Shoshone irrigation easement to be placed on the plat prior to any type of recording of the amended plat.
With staff approval.
With staff approval.
Second.
Then moving a second to approve with conditions as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Erica, you're back up. Sorry, we're getting.
Mr. Chair, Resolution 2026-26.
And this will be public hearing on Comeback Farms SS 338.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this public hearing, and all the facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize the key findings of the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Beverly Humbach submitted a simple subdivision permit application requesting approval to create one 6.08 acre lot from an existing 221.51 acre parcel. An approximately 215.43 acre remainder parcel will result from the subdivision. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2025 Development Standards and Regulations. This proposed subdivision is classified as a simple subdivision. Ownership of the property has been affirmed. The parcel is located 2.8 miles southwest of the city of Powell at the northwest corner of the intersection of County Lane 11.5 and County Road 12. This proposed subdivision is in the general rural Powell zoning district, and the lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Public notice requirements have been met and relevant agencies were notified as required. No public comments have been received. The evidence of merchantable title has been provided. No new roads or shared driveways are proposed. The applicant has provided written consent from all adjacent landowners that a perimeter fence is not necessary. Application submission requirements have been met. Conventional small wastewater systems will likely be sufficient should this subdivision be approved and development occur. Domestic water is proposed for the lot by an individual on-site well to be permitted and approved by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office. Agricultural impacts to the subdivision have been addressed, as well as impacts of surrounding agricultural activities on the subdivision. The notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 is stated on the final plat. The proposed subdivision is within the Shoshone Irrigation District, and the applicant will be required to comply with their recommendations. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Simple subdivisions are not required to install utilities. The proposed lot appears to be adequately sized to allow for development. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the subdivision application at their regular meeting on March 18th of this year. An approved water distribution plan has been received. All required notes have been placed on the final plat, and the applicable final plat specifications have been met. Should the board choose to approve this subdivision application, staff recommends the following conditions. Condition 1, approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for staff? No? Okay, this is a public hearing, so we'll open up for public comment. If you would like to, just please state your name for the record and try to keep within 2 minutes.
I appreciate you filing these back to back. I really don't have any comment, don't have any problems with what they're doing. I just here for questions in case you had questions.
Any more public comment? One last time, head to public comment.
Mr. Chair, move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Then move in second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the Humback Farm Simple Subdivision 338 with staff recommendations.
Second.
Then moved and seconded to approve the Humback Farms SS 338. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, resolution 2026-27.
You're back to within 2 minutes.
I got carried away there.
Good thing Erica pulled us out of that speed reader.
I noticed she took the short ones.
Thank you.
Thank you. A little behind, but next we have Abby Schuler with Powell Clark Sport Conservation District. Sorry we're running late, but thanks for coming.
Oh, that's all right. I was in the back, so. Okay, I am Abby Schuler with the Powell Clark Sport Conservation District, and I brought my district manager. We have recently hired her as as we were without a manager for a short time. So, we wanted to kind of give you guys an update as to what our district is doing. Number one,
Powell Clarksburg Conservation District is not seeking a mill levy at this time. So we wanted to have that come from us. So the other thing is that we have started a small acreage workshop when there was a influx of subdivisions and people coming in from all over. And that has been a huge advantage to our district, as well as Cody has also been helping us with that. We usually do those about once or twice a year and get people that are not familiar with how things are done in Park County with their irrigation, and weed and pest comes in and that sort of thing. The other thing we have started is we had a grant for the well test. It was a well test for people's water. And actually that has been a huge success in our district. Last year, we had 23 tests, and this year we ended up doing 31 tests. We are trying to figure out what is going on with the well water for different people for before irrigation as well as after irrigation. Our grant funds have run out, and we do have a wait list for those that want to have a sample done. We just don't have the funds. So we are requesting that you guys would be able to help us with all of our testing, as well as some small acreage workshop. The other thing that we have done, we're finding that we also do a water quality testing, and we've got different sites from the Willwood Dam to the Shoshone River, as well as in Bitter Creek. And our cost for the chemicals and all of our equipment is very, very expensive, coming from a very limited budget and a very limited group. We solely rely on grants to survive. And we are mandated by Wyoming to have our conservation district. So we would appreciate some help in those areas if you could so help us. We're asking for about $5,000 if that is appropriate. Teresa, do you have anything else that I might have missed?
You did a really good job, Abby. Yeah, the well testing is so important, and citizens appreciate it. So grateful for it. And the results are interesting and allow them to evaluate their water, to know what they're drinking and what their children are drinking. So yeah, very important program.
Awesome.
Thanks for coming in.
Mhm.
Do you have the option of asking for donations from the people that you're doing the water?
Oh, yeah,
quality test for?
that's important.
Okay.
It's a cost share.
It is
Okay.
a cost share. Yep. So we pay up to $69 in this cost share program. Our tests we take them to Billings to the lab
Energy.
for them. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Which really helps them with that, to get them there in the proper time.
Mhm.
When you do water testing, there's a pretty tight window for sampling and analysis.
I would also say that I've attended the small acreage workshops, and they're very well attended and well needed
Yes.
in a lot of cases. So thank you for doing those.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I also have attended, and I'm not sure if you did, Scott, but it is very knowledgeable, the small acreage seminar that they use, and they reach out to a lot, and it's a lot of donations there. I want to just also remind that the Powell Clarksburg Conservation is one of those that we've heard earlier. Cody Conservation that does not receive any mills in the state, and they are the second one in the state. So we happen to both of them right here in Park County. So they're not asking for a mill right now, but a little help. And then I guess I have a question to try to make everything all equal, not for you, Abby, but for Kelly. We provide an office space for Cody Conservation. How big is that office and we are not charging for it, is that correct? I know it's not very big, it's just like a closet, but.
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe that that is one of the situations that we have where they use the office rent free, but use the value of the office to offset grant matches.
That's where I'm going with this, I guess, and I'm just saying that if it is, you know. I don't know what the square footage is, but, you know, we gotta consider that we don't provide them an option.
Right.
So if we're giving Cody Conservation $2,500 a year of free office space, then I think we should cough up some, not that they do good, they're doing good things anyway, but I'm just throwing that out.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned that you had a grant for this. It ran out or you haven't applied again or?
We are unsure when there will be another round of grants. It was a 2-year grant, so that's why we had some of it last year and then another day for this year.
I know that we sometimes ask them to give us well tests as well, coming into us. Is there like a private company who does that as well?
I don't know. Our grant came from the Department of Ag. So but other than that, I don't.
If we're asking for a well test and there's none around.
They can get them at the engineering firms.
What's that?
The engineering firms will do well tests.
The engineering. Well, okay.
But they're probably a little more costly, but they're available.
More than $69.
Might be.
Anything else? Okay, so we'll take this under advisement, and as we get closer to budget, we'll be seeing where our coin purse is and be getting back with you.
All right, great. Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate you guys.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow, now you're 4 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
Oh, that's just what I was kind of just considering. I know it's one's revenue, one is in kind, but
So what's
Seems
this
like-
next thing?
is this next one in action or is this just discussion opportunity?
I don't know that we know enough to review any funding requests.
Well,
yet.
no, that's actually for me. I'm here to request some funding.
Oh, the answer is no.
Know what that was for, so I asked Steve to come up if he's better, but vouchers.
Oh, yeah, maybe we were a little ahead of the game last year with what we knew, but we don't this year.
I got a question if we got a minute for the clerk. I'm visiting with Abby out earlier, and I was unaware that we bill conservation districts
We built anyone who's on the ballot.
on the ballot. So
Does it
that's
need
an
to be billed?
$800 expense they have
For being,
just to get their own people elected that are required by law, that they have no revenue source to do.
Right, and I told her to stop in and visit with Katie, because one, to find out the actual statute number that states that. But then I also remember, I believe the statute somewhere in that section also says they can come before the board to have it removed. That, yeah, because we have done that, I believe in the past years ago for maybe one of the fire districts. And prior, it's under my administration, but prior to who I have in my elections department now, there were several years that these entities were not billed for the expense, and they should have been, because Title 22 states that we will bill the special districts. And it's based on how many ovals they have on the ballots. So this year, theirs could be up to about $1,000 because they will have 3 board members. But it's the same with all special districts, they all get billed.
With the exception of special districts, usually have a revenue source of a mill or something.
Right, but we statute.
I know, I'm just throwing that out.
That's why I think there is that statute in there that says they can ask for it to be deferred or, yeah, or, not have to pay it. but that comes later after we bill them in November.
Okay, is that something we can find out what that amount is? Or whether that is indeed,
It varies because it's.
No, I mean-
Ballots.
do you, I guess, do you know they just have to come in and ask us to waive it? I mean, if that,
I think the letter states that they can come in and waive that if they.
as much as I get in trouble, I just don't wanna get in trouble again, you know.
Yeah,
like this.
yeah, I think the letter that we send them, and I can double check with Katie, cause Abby caught me in the hallway when I was coming back in, so we visited just briefly. And I'd have to go visit with Katie and hand some more, but I believe the letter states that they can appear before the board of county commissioners to have that waived. You know, we don't waive for the cities, but there's our thousands of dollars. So
Well, I think it's something to consider if we have any special funding with them in lieu of, you know,
Do we
weekly.
bill the parties?
we do not bill the parties. But with what's going on, I know there's talk that they'll start paying for the community men and women being on the ballot.
Just jog
Or
my
holding
memory
their
when
own
you said
time.
all those.
It's so up in the air with what the changes that they want to do. Because that's not following Title 22, so.
Okay.
It will be announced.
Oh, Brian Edwards, okay. Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, we'll probably have to add this at a later date just because we don't know enough right now to
No,
do
I read that
review
too.
funding.
I read it too and didn't, I mean, I was like, okay, well, maybe this is the last of them.
We haven't gotten through all of them, have we?
2:30.
All the special funding requests have been made already?
Yep.
Okay.
So I think.
I feel like there was a couple that we didn't see this year.
No, and it's no biggie, it was put on.
Last year.
Because we're not ready to start. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Zero, that's a zero.
Colleen, do you have
Voting
the
conservation.
packages for the?
Voting conservation.
They can't
State
even,
highway.
for the mill levy.
State transportation.
In the elections, but
Will Brian bring the bid package or do you?
Well,
You have them?
I better check.
Yeah, the clerk is requires.
Well, I know, I just,
Underline.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were just going to do it automatically, but. All right, next on the agenda, Brian Edwards, review and consider selection committee recommendations to award professional engineering and transportation planning consultant contract for Park County Transportation and Safety Plan funded through Safe Roads and Schools for All.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to talk into the mic, so understood. As you know, the county was fortunate, applied for Safe Roads and Streets for All grant through the Federal Highways Administration for a planning level safety action plan, countywide transportation plan for Park County. I had a lot of help from Powell Economic Partnership in getting that grant. We were successful in getting the matching funds for that grant through the governor's office. So really to do the plan, which is about $360,000 towards this project, wouldn't involve any local funds from the county to get it done. So the goal would be once we identify safety issues and projects throughout or issues of concern throughout the county, that it would set us up for implementation grants and possible other or funding for other projects, actual implementable infrastructure projects down the road. So that's the goal in preparing the plan. First step was to, once we got under contract with Federal Highways, was to select a engineering, transportation engineering consultant and planning consultant for the project. We set out a qualifications-based request for statements of qualifications and as separate price proposals. Sent that out nationally. We received, what, been 7, I think. I didn't write that down, but we received 6 or 7. Seven different proposals or packages in response to our solicitation. We formed a committee which consists of myself, Ben, Commissioner Teal, Commissioner Stewart on a part-time basis. Very important. And then we also had representation from Powell Economic Partnership that was on the selection committee and City of Cody. We also invited City of Powell to give them an opportunity. They indicated that they would be active during the actual public outreach and stakeholders when we get ready to do the plan. So anyway, based on reviewing, the selection committee reviewed all the proposals, we were able to shortlist or basically selected 4 firms out of that group of 7 to interview. The day of the interview, one of those firms ended up backing out. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Verdantes ended up backing out and was not able to interview. The 3 that we ended up interviewing was HDR Engineers, JUB, that has an office here locally, and then SEH Engineers. Those were the 3 that we did end up interviewing the committee. We did that, I think, a week or so ago with the committee. We each individually scored the candidates based on qualifications and experience, capacity to perform, their project team, project approach, their representative projects that were similar to what we would be having them do. We scored them on that. And then interviews and then the references. Each of the team members or committee members scored these firms independently, and scoring matrix we used as the basis for selection. There are some subjective things, obviously, and what was kind of interesting after all the scoring, we ended up out of the 6 people that scored it, 2 selected HDR, 2 selected SEH, and 2 selected JUB. So that's how close it was. The 3 finalist firms were all very good, excellent quality firms, high capabilities. In the end, based on the scoring, JUB ended up having the highest total score. They were, what did I say there? They ended up being first in, I think it was 3 categories, and second in like 2 categories. HDR scored the highest on qualifications and experience. On the interviews and references, JUB ended up being the highest scoring firm. So I think based on all the information that was provided, it is really close and a very difficult decision, but the selection committee, or on behalf of the selection committee, we would like to recommend awarding the contract for transportation engineering and planning services for this project to JUB Engineers. I think they'll do a good job. Again, they have a local office, know our road bridge system very well. And, but then they also have the national expertise. A lot of their offices are in the mountain states here in the West. All of their references were very positive. Several of them have known them for 20, 22 years and have done numerous projects with them and spoke highly of them. And especially our project manager or the project manager that would be guiding the project that's actually out of Utah, but a lot of very good comments about him and his knowledge of the SS4A requirements, which is a big deal. Being able to follow all those numerous federal requirements and make sure we have a plan that's accepted so that we are able to get implementation grant funds later on. So like I say, scoring JUB would be our first recommendation, just by even a fraction of a point or so over SEH was our second choice, followed very closely by HDR. That would be our recommendation.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, being on the committee, looking at their request for proposal as well as going through the interviews now, once we narrowed them down, I definitely convinced the top three, any one of them would probably be great. I totally agree. I don't even know where my scoring came in with that, but I do believe they were one of my favorites, but especially the public relation gal. I mean, she's and she's very bubbly. I think she would do well with the public. But at any rate, when I first heard about this, I was like, what the hell do we need somebody to tell us where the trouble spots are? I think we know our roads better than anybody else. But as Brian kind of mentioned, this opens the door for some major funding possibilities down the road. So I think it's well worth looking into, and I as one commissioner sitting on, I reckon I would agree with this recommendation.
So that motion.
I want you to make it. I've made enough today.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve JUB as our engineer and sign documents.
Mr. Chair, if I could, maybe how we do it, I guess, because this is a qualifications-based selection, I think we could technically award it, or however you want to do it. We have a separate price proposal that we can open up now, and provided that they're within our budget, which is the 360,000. I think it'd be a go. If it's more than that amount, then you as the commissioners can make a decision on whether you want to make up the difference, or we could go to the number 2 choice, which would be SEH.
Mr. Commissioner Mangold, I believe we could make the motion pending the financial portion. I will if you'll consider the amendment to the motion.
Which I've changed.
Okay.
Second.
I love you. What more can I say?
Then moved in second. But do we need to go ahead and finish on our motion?
I think Mangold did his motion.
We can vote on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Then move in second to give it to JUB Engineers.
Pending financial.
Financial. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion carried.
Okay, we're opening the financials. We'll see how it looks like here. Make sure
We
there's
do a
no.
football pool first?
I'm betting it's $359,999.00.
Okay.
Because I've done these before.
did they know ahead of time that we had?
325?
Would you already tell them don't go over?
I think it's pretty much expected.
Did you
We'll
tell
we'll
them
find
what it was
out.
for?
Yes, they knew how much
Oh,
our,
okay.
yeah, they knew how much our
Suggested,
funding was.
Yeah.
Well, I was off.
Can I place my
I was
bet?
off by a penny.
Oh.
They're there's 4 different tasks. There's grant project management, community engagement needs assessment, community-wide feedback and planning, and then compile, write, and present the comprehensive transportation safety plan. Grand total not to exceed about $360,000.00.
And 0 cents.
So they hit it right
They
on.
hit her right on the money.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Not.
Yeah, not to exceed. That's without. Right.
Do we even need to open any of the others?
I don't.
We usually don't. I don't
No,
think.
not if it comes within the guidelines.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's, I thought it was.
Typically, we send them back unopened if we come to agreement with the top firm.
So I guess with that motion, do we need a second one?
Final motion to
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept
award.
the financial from JUB and award the consulting contract to them.
Wasn't that already in his motion? Did we
It
vote
was
on?
pending the finance.
Pending the finance.
Pending the
I'm
finance.
moving to approve the finance.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Then move to approve to award the contract to JEB Engineers. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
It's not pretty, but we get there somehow. Mr. Chair, I'll also say, we'll now have to get an agreement together with JUB that will have to satisfy all the federal requirements, and federal highways will be very involved with that. I'll be sure to work with the county attorney's office, and then we'll bring that final agreement back to you for signature when we get to that point.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did he just let you know that?
Probably was an easier way to do that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we do have the leases for the last thing on our agenda that we pulled out of consent this morning. And we do have the county attorney's okay on putting in the lessor in that paragraph number 2 in both cases. So we're updated. So if somebody wants to make a motion to approve the leases, I guess.
I'm sorry.
He indicated approval of listing the leasee in paragraph number 2 as the responsible party for deposits, or the rest of that sentence reads.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the lease for NWC as well as Veritas Academy as presented with those two updates.
Security deposit and grantors in number 2. Second.
Okay. Then moved to second to approve NWCC and Veritas renewals. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think we got that one.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
Second.
Moving second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Sign these.
I can sign
Got-
after
you can
we
sign both of
adjourn.
these.